hope you had a nice lunch break in a wonderful setting, and that you are now ready for the afternoon session. And then there will be other opportunity to network, to meet new interested colleagues in the field of heritage this evening during the cultural program that the Greek authorities are prepared for you for this evening. So we are going to start now with the general session 2, and I will now call my dear friend and colleague presenter to give you an overview of this and to call the speakers on the scene. Thank you.
Distinguished speakers, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch, and we are back this afternoon for a general session 2 on safeguarding heritage in times of crisis. I would like to call Professor Mike Robinson, Chair of Cultural Heritage of Nottingham Trent University, UK, to the stage, as he will be moderating this session, starting with the first panel. And also to call the speakers, Mr. George Didaskalou, Secretary General of Culture, Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports, Greece; Ms. Anne Grady, Seconded National Expert on Cultural Heritage from the National Museum of Ireland, currently working on the Cult Committee of European Parliament; Ms. Giovanna Poznan, Project Officer, Culture and Cultural Heritage Division, Directorate of Democratic Participation, Council of Europe; Ms. Paiba Mournies, Director of Cultural Policy Department, Ministry of Culture of Latvia, IPA Governing Board, Council of Europe; Professor Dr. Meinrad Maria Grevenic, President, European Route of Industrial Heritage, Cultural Route of the Council of Europe; and Ms. Stephanie Bishop, Project Manager, the Hansa Cultural Route of the Council of Europe.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it's my great pleasure to moderate this important session of our conference with the theme Safeguarding Heritage in Times of Crisis. Heritage exists because societies value it. We protect it and we make it come alive. And as someone who has worked in the field for nearly 40 years, heritage in all its shapes and sizes is a source of learning. It revitalizes our spirit, it inspires us, it connects us, it challenges us, and it brings us pleasure. But our heritage does not exist in a vacuum. And it's impacted by the wider changes that are upon us. The aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, climate change, resource scarcity, rising inflation, it's a very long list. And all of these things are interconnected as well, I think. And they conspire to produce what possibly is an unprecedented moment of global crisis. And it's against this background that I think we have to frame this panel and ask, how can we respond to this? Now, this session consists of 2 panels of distinguished speakers representing a wide diversity of organizations and indeed cultural roots. And I'm very delighted that colleagues have joined us for the first panel and yourselves. And as you will appreciate, we have a huge topic to cover and too little time. So I'm going to ask 2 rounds of questions, and I hope that we can keep to our time. But before we start, we have a video message from the Director General of DG Education, Youth and Sport of the European Commission, Ms. Themis Christofoulou.
Dear friends, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words of support for the work of the Council of Europe on cultural roots, though I wish I could be there with you on the beautiful island of Crete. I could not think of a better place to discuss how to safeguard heritage in crisis than Crete. This island saw civilizations rise and fall from natural disasters or from conquest. We see the remnants all around us. Indeed, as we speak, heritage around Europe and the world is threatened by the same challenges, only more modern versions of them. Climate change threatens the preservation of what was left to us. And war, too, threatens our shared inheritance, most recently so close to home in Ukraine. This is where your dialogue in these cultural roots proves invaluable. The focus on our shared European heritage and values, as well as on tangible solutions, is an essential step if we are to protect our heritage. For our part, you have our full support. The European Year of Cultural Heritage in 2018 has strengthened a very real link with Europe's heritage and a sense of belonging to a common European space. To build on this success and ensure its legacy is long-lasting, the European Framework for Action on Cultural Heritage proposes more than 60 actions to promote and protect cultural heritage. The principles identified in the framework set out a longer-term vision for the management and safeguarding of Europe's cultural heritage. The Creative Europe programme's budget has been unprecedentedly increased with over 2.4 billion euros for cultural and creative organizations and artists. In 2022, the annual allocation is the highest ever and has been increased to over 430 million for the cultural and creative sectors. Cultural heritage sites and organizations can participate and benefit from the actions of the Creative Europe programme. I would encourage you to seize the opportunities offered by the new Creative Europe programme. Very recently, we have also taken immediate action in supporting Ukrainian artists, cultural and creative operators and organizations through Creative Europe with a special call for proposals of 5 million euros. The immediate mobilization of EU funds in this area serves as a good example of how we can prioritize and safeguard our heritage in times of crisis. We are also helping Ukraine in the field of digitization with an action from the European Competence Center on the conservation of cultural heritage to save the digital documentation of Ukrainian cultural heritage. This encompasses digital texts, images, drawings, and 3D models in order to restore and, if necessary, rebuild damaged cultural property. Finally, it is precisely to transmit our culture and heritage that we are launching a new permanent mobility scheme, Culture Moves Europe, funded with 21 million euros from Creative Europe. We want to support the mobility of 7,000 artists and cultural professionals from all Creative Europe countries, including Ukraine. As you see, the pieces are moving. We need to work together to get them in time where they're most needed. Thank you.
Well, with that warm message, I'd like to begin our session, and I have a first question for each of you, which is, given your role and your responsibilities in your own organizations, I'd like you to identify what you see as the main challenges in terms of safeguarding our environment, not just next year, but in the long term as well. So perhaps I could start with our representative from the Hellenic Ministry of Culture, George Didaskalou.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την...
στον κύριο Διασκάλου. Thank you very much for your question. Before I answer my question, I would like in my turn to say that I'm very happy for my participation in this meeting in Chania. I would like to welcome you in my turn because with Mr. Stathakis and Mr. Dominioni undersigned the memorandum which led us to the organization of this Congress, which is highly successful, high level of participation. My warmest congratulations to Mr. Dominioni and Mr. Stathakis, who embraced right from the beginning this initiative, enabling us to live through this wonderful experience. Let me answer your question. Of course, we are facing a lot of challenge in the field of cultural heritage. What we would like to pinpoint as one of the most important challenges, and a challenge we should face together, concerns a climatic crisis. The fight against a climatic crisis in the field of intangible heritage is something that concerns all of us, and unfortunately in the future this is going to turn to an even more harsh problem. Of course, I'm talking about major precipitations, floods, landslides, desertification, the various issues faced not only by our monuments and our cultural heritage, but also the surrounding area, which constitutes a uniform framework. This is what our cultural heritage is, the natural and the cultural environment. Let's see what we have done in the Ministry of Culture and Sports. Of course, first of all, we diagnose, we supervise, we prevent, and of course, eventually we cure. This is what we have in mind, and we have moved along these guidelines. On the basis of the guidelines of the experts, there is not a wider and systematic gender concerning the impact of the climatic changes, but there are some real risks having to do with the intensity and the frequency of the extreme weather phenomena. And this is what we are asked to tackle. The Greek government has taken a very important initiative. Let me quote some of them. In 2019, during the conference in New York and later in Madrid, the Greek initiative concerning the partnership of various bodies for the protection of the cultural heritage from the climatic change. This initiative has been embraced both by the General Secretary of the United Nations and by UNESCO. It is, let's say, under construction. We coordinate it is being coordinated at the central level by the Prime Minister himself in cooperation with the Ministry of Culture and the Minister of Environment. In the framework of this action, in the past 15 to 20 years ago, we attended a very interesting seminar for the protection, concerning the protection of our cultural heritage from the illegal trafficking and climate change. It was organized in cooperation with the American Embassy. These are very important initiatives which support this effort for the protection of our cultural identity. Let me go on. In 2019, we set up an international scientist committee, the aim of this committee is to put down all the issues we have in Greece and to suggest a plan of action. The axis of this action plan would be a long-term project with 5-year objectives and milestones that we should achieve for the protection of specific monuments. This is an optimum plan which has a possibility to be updated and be adapted, leads to vulnerability maps, to a list of the monuments which are threatened. And it enables us to draft a list of endangered cultural sites. In 2015, we drafted 15 projects of adaptation and protection of our heritage from the climatic change. We will upgrade our museums. The projects have been already finalized in 10 out of these, so that they will be integrated in various financial projects. In cooperation with the Ministry of Environment and Energy in the areas which are more threatened, we implement projects through a territorial plan aiming at protecting these areas. In UNESCO, there is a project financed from the European funds, and we are drafting European management plans. In parallel, we are reviewing certain projects in some major archaeological sites, and we have not finished yet. From the Resilience Fund, more than 23 million euros have been earmarked for archaeological sites. Let me quote them very briefly, since I don't want to abuse of your time. Flood protection in Emalia and Festos in Crete, protection from floods in Dion, fire protection in Mistras. We have organized a bid, fire protection in Philippi, precipitation protection in Delphi. I'm very happy Mrs. Psalti from the board of the European Cultural Center of Delphi is here. These are our core projects. We continue our actions. We are moving ahead, but there is still a lot that still has to be done. And this is, of course, a common project. Thank you very much.
I think one of the aspects of what you were saying is the long-term perspective for this. I mean, we are dealing with a long-term time scale, and when we think about environmental challenges, we can't think in the short term. We have to think in the long term. So I'd like to continue with Ms. Anne Grady, who is representing the Cultural Committee of the European Parliament, and I know has also some reflections on these long-term initiatives.
Thank you, Mike. I've actually have a few slides. Thank you. And you'll see that we have the Acropolis in snow in February 2021. I want to thank, like you, I want to thank Stefano and his team and all at the Council of Europe Cultural Routes for putting this timely and very, very valuable conference together. We all know what's happening worldwide, and you've alluded to that in your presentation. Flooding, hurricanes, and cultural heritage is very much tied up with cultural roots, and that's tied up with sustainable cultural tourism. But evidently, one of our biggest threats to our world and to culture is climate change. In essence, global heating is now an emergency worldwide. And this was recognised as the Directorate General just mentioned in her opening speech, Themis, that in the framework and in the last work plan for culture, it laid the foundation for the setting up of a working group of member states, of experts, which Greece was participated in. 25 member states, Norway, Iceland and Switzerland, took part in this group, and we had 55 eminent representatives, and we were led by, the chair was Dr. Joanna Lesner, and I led the group on behalf of the Commission. The report was published very recently, and that's what I'd just like to talk to briefly. The objectives of the group, and it's outlined there, is identifying and exchanging good practices, looking at the current and emerging trends, and examining the contribution cultural heritage can make to mitigating and combating climate change. In a nutshell, this was our mandate of the group. So what did we do? We had a questionnaire amongst the participants, and we also collected 83 case studies of best practice from 25 countries, mainly on tangible heritage, followed by cultural landscapes, intangible and underwater. And of these 83, a third of them are research projects. The key points: we all know cultural heritage is threatened by climate change and hence cultural roots. But cultural heritage also offers solutions, and we shouldn't forget this. Traditional buildings are sustainable and they're climate friendly. And it's more climate friendly to upgrade and repair than to demolish and rebuild. It's important for all disciplines to come together: engineers, archaeologists, historians, architecture, all disciplines to come together to address this crisis. It's also vital to have continuous monitoring and maintenance, and applied research leads to policy development. Two case studies to mention very briefly: Croatia, dry stone walling, which includes Greece as well as part of the project. And what's so important about dry stone walls? They prevent landslides, floods and avalanches, and they also retain water. Another case study is Belgium, looking at guidelines and making sure, in Flanders, making sure that buildings are conserved and yet meet the energy requirements without compromising the cultural heritage. So my next slide, please. Climate change threatens all forms of cultural heritage, but the data we've collected and what's out there is mostly on movable heritage. There's a distinct lack of qualitative and quantitative data. The main threats that came from our group to cultural heritage is severe precipitation, heat waves, droughts and sea level rise. And interestingly, many member states do not have cultural heritage mentioned in their adaptation plans. We have 10 key recommendations, which I'm not going to go through to, time doesn't allow. But one of the interesting ones relates to national regional authorities, where they should initiate training programs, research projects, invest. In other words, incentivize this whole issue of adapting and leading to mitigating against climate change. So my next slide, and it's just a thought. The greenest building is one that's already built. And this leads on to my final slide, where I've provided the link to the report of the OMC group, the expert group that I've mentioned. And that has the best case studies, the best practices, and it also has an executive summary. I've also attached other links there, particularly the sustainable cultural tourism, because that's quite relevant as well in our post-COVID times. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Σε ευχαριστώ πολύ, Άννα. Νομίζω ότι αξίζει τον κόπο να μας θυμίσω ότι η πολιτική μας κληρονομιά και η φυσική μας κληρονομιά δεν είναι τα θύματα, μπορεί να αποτελέσουν μέρος της λύσης. Αυτό μας λέει κάτι κάνουμε κι εμείς και ενδεχομένως απλά και μόνο θα πρέπει να εντείνουμε τις προσπάθειές μας. Το ίδιο ερώτημα και σε σένα, Ζιβάνα. Ζιβάνα Πόσνερ είναι από το Συμβούλιο της Ευρώπης, Τμήμα Πολιτιστικής Κληρονομιάς. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θα ήθελα να ξεκινήσω ευχαριστώντας τον Στέφανο για την διοργάνωση αυτής της συνάντησης. Το Συμβούλιο της Ευρώπης και το Τμήμα Πολιτιστικής Κληρονομιάς προσπαθούν να επιτύχουν μια περισσότερο δημοκρατική διαχείριση της πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς και στοχεύουν στη συντήρησή της. Ποιος είναι ο σκοπός του να διαφυλάττουμε την πολιτιστική κληρονομιά πέρα από την γενή της αξία?
So its meanings, value and utility that it has for the society, which I think is of crucial importance. So nowadays, of course, there are many challenges to cultural heritage, but also, as previous speakers mentioned, cultural heritage should be used also as an essential resource to tackle these challenges. So here I would name just a few of them. In the first place, I think we need a more inclusive, multi-stakeholder heritage management processes and also decision-making processes. Many times the heritage communities, which are actually the creators of most of our intangible heritage, are not taken on board, and I think this is of crucial importance. In the second place, we also need to work more on intercultural dialogue. Nowadays, with the diverse societies, we sometimes have close communities and many challenges to achieving this intercultural dialogue, actually. And we need to be aware that these differences should be used as a basis of cooperation and mutual understanding instead of source of a conflict, which is the case many times. Then I would also mention the migrations and displacements, which also is very important. Today, 1 in 7 people is on move, so we are also witnessing a major wave of migrations, and it also influences heritage, creating also clashes sometimes between the host communities and the newcomers, creating multiple narratives, interpretation of heritage, multiple narratives. But once again, I think it's quite a challenge to have these as a basis of dialogue and also as a useful tool for protecting our heritage. I would also briefly mention, of course, a very important topic of sustainability through heritage projects and achieving the SDGs and the 2030 agenda. Of course, heritage can be a valuable resource for achieving more sustainable tourism, more sustainable local economies. It contributes to quality of education and many others. But also there is the other way around. International organization, national governments, civil society, through achieving this agenda, can also do much for protecting the cultural heritage. As we all know, culture and heritage are only implicitly mentioned in the Sustainable Development Goals. And on the other hand, they do contribute a lot. So I think this relationship is something that should be further reinforced. I would also mention the challenge of and opportunities of digitalization and artificial intelligence in the field of cultural heritage. Of course, with the COVID-19 pandemics, the digital has become a new norm, but it has also enabled a wider access to cultural heritage, and in this way also raising awareness of the need of its protection. Same goes with the artificial intelligence. It has played a very important role in different fields like archaeological excavations, recording of heritage, etc. But of course, we should, the challenge is the wise use of this artificial intelligence and digital, which sometimes cannot really replace the direct contact with heritage. And finally, maybe this goes without saying, but the major challenge today is preserving the heritage in times of conflict. As many already mentioned, the conflict in Ukraine, for example, and also preventing the illicit trafficking and destruction of cultural goods in this sense. Also, cultural workers, artists, and people that are, of course, affected by conflict should be supported. So I know we are running out of time, but I would just quickly like to mention also what has been the Council of Europe response to these challenges. So, well, in the first place, I would mention some of our conventions, like the European Cultural Convention, the Valletta Convention on the Archaeological Heritage, the Granada Convention, the Faro Convention on the Value of Cultural Heritage for Society, and many others. We also have, of course, our recommendations, which I will not go into details now. We have also been working on the integrated, on the policy guidelines for an integrated culture, nature, and landscape management. In terms of responding to the armed conflict affecting heritage, the Council of Europe has produced many action plans with special chapters on cultural heritage that is binding. And well, of course, when we speak about digitalization, it has also come up with the many innovative tools and policy guidelines. For example, the Strategy 21 massive open online course, the Faro Convention role-playing game, publications such as Irrelevance, the role of arts and culture in the age of artificial intelligence, and many others. And the final question, of course, how to translate all these illegal instruments and conventions to actually serve the practical needs of the society. While we also have been working on through different, for example, Strategy 21 and Faro Conventions network, which gather heritage communities and work directly with citizens. A collection of good practices, information system on cultural policies and trends in Europe. There is, of course, cultural roots, which are very important. European Heritage Days, working with citizens directly through their annual teams, and many others. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanna, for a very comprehensive and daunting prospect of thinking about all of these different items. But I did think it was important because you mentioned the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and I think you're quite right. The cultural heritage is relevant to all 17, and maybe that's not fully expressed, and we need to reflect on that a little bit more. So if I can turn to Ms. Baba Munitsa, from Estonia, who's in the Ministry of Culture. And again, please share your reflections.
Estonians are our neighbors. I'm from Latvia, but we love Estonians and Lithuanians very much. So we can be mistaken. No. But thank you for organizing this forum. Thank you to Secretariat of Cultural Roots, and thank you for raising this important discussion and for having me here. So, as I told already, I'm representing Latvia in the governing board and bureau of the European Cultural Roots, and after very long experience in tangible heritage sector, I'm now responsible for the Department of Culture Policy at the Ministry of Culture of Latvia. And that allows to have a broader insight in many sectors related to cultural roots, tangible and intangible heritage, museums, literature, arts, and also closer cooperation with tourism sector. And the serious impact of COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, economic turmoil, social challenges, and Russian military aggression against Ukraine will be the main issues that will set our agenda in the coming years. With the regard to the cultural roots, I have defined some challenges which could be actual for us in the coming time. The unjustified and full-scale war of Russia in Ukraine directly reduced the number of tourists in Latvia this year. The hesitance, the reluctance, or sometimes even fear of tourists to visit the country bordering Russia and Belarus, as well as sanctions against Russia, significantly reduced the number of foreign tourists in Latvia this year. The crisis caused by so far excessive dependence on Russian energy resources will have a significant impact on the preservation and safeguarding of the values of tangible and intangible heritage. price rises are often used as an excuse for poor quality or unsuitable materials for maintenance of cultural monuments, while the intangible heritage community will have to overcome not only the rising prices for energy and materials to maintain craft skills, they are also emotional challenges to maintain the desire of society to continue to participate in the safeguarding and development of intangible heritage. The rise in prices is also essential for the survival of various cultural organizations and for creative persons and for retaining employees in the sector, as it's relatively low paid. Latvia, along with Lithuania and Estonia, is world and UNESCO famous for its song and dance festivals. You will also hear about that tomorrow at the Singing Heritage Road presentation. The COVID-caused gathering restrictions prevented singers, dancers, orchestras from meeting and rehearsing, and it is very difficult already now to ensure that number of participants is in line with the pre-crisis conditions. I must mention another important point. It is an issue related to the removal of monuments glorifying the occupation in Latvia. It was the cultural and historical sector that was entrusted with the responsibility of evaluating the objects to be demolished. Now, to ensure that society does not divide even further, it is important to continue high-quality interpretation work. As interpretations change, institution capacities change, or objects are removed, it would be important to able to update the information so that the dead resources are not created. And as Anna demonstrated before, the collection of good practices and the exchange of innovative ideas today is more important than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I think you remind us very starkly of how war, which is what we are talking about, and crisis, stimulates other problems, accentuates other problems, and makes us focus our mind perhaps on many things that we wouldn't normally consider. I know you also, and again I think this is very important when we talk about culture, sometimes when resources are scarce and we have inflation, rising inflation, cultural budgets are usually the first ones to get cut. And that's something I think probably we all have experienced at some point in time. But actually I think, again, you've highlighted this and other speakers have had this, culture is also part of the solution to this as well. And finding best practices of how we can do that, I think, is really important. Thank you very much. So I will address this question to you. This is Professor Meinrad Grenvich, who's president of the European Route of Industrial Heritage, which is a very large route, including many different sites across the whole of Europe. So perhaps your reflections, Meinrad.
Dear Mike Robinson, thank you. Dear Stefano Dominioni, Kalimera, bonjour, monsieur, dames, chers collègues.
Good.
Safeguarding heritage in the time of crisis. Yeah. Welcome to the European Route of Industrial Heritage, the tourism information network of industrial heritage in Europe. ERI present over 2,200 sites in all European countries, among them over 100 anchor points. ERI, there are over 240 biographies, and we have different programs to linking Europe. ERI is a network of the most important industrial heritage sites in Europe. It is in common link between them all and tells the story of European industrialization, the most important turn in the history of the humans. We have museum sites and so on. You have given me 2 questions, Mike. The first, the biggest challenge for the protection of cultural heritage. We think touching and inspiring the youth. The heirs must love their heritage, not only understand, not only feel, but they must love the heritage. It's the most important things. It's the biggest challenge to reach the heirs of their heritage. The second question, task of the cultural roots. To understand and love the diversity of culture and its European connection. I have give you a picture of the ERI dance event. Work it on. You see young peoples, in this case in the Völklinger Hütte. We make hip-hop music from young composers and we create a dance, and all the young peoples dance to the same time by this music, and it's very important. The visitors, the colleagues makes films to give it back to ERI and to give it on the YouTube channel. There are more than 10 to 30 million likes from these films. 2022 we have the 5th edition. You see the countries. It's the same day, the 11th September, 3 p.m. And in this year, this was 25 locations in 10 European countries. In the last 5 years, there, you see the numbers, more than 30,000 visitors and more than 10 million likes. The biggest challenge is to reach the heirs of the heritage. They must feel it, they must understand it, and they must love it. Let us start now. I have for you the information of industrial heritage. You can download, you see the link, and I have the paper version here in English and German. Very good. Thank you very much for your attention. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention. Dankeschön.
Thank you, Meinhard. I think, as you rightly point out, we need to look to the future generations. Back in the very beginning of discussions of the Venice Charter back in 1964, when people were asked, well, why are we doing this? And they're saying, well, it's not for us, it's for our children, our grandchildren, and that's the long-termism that we spoke about right at the beginning. I also just wanted to add something there, because as you know, I used to be the director of Iron Bridge Gorge, the World Heritage Site, the birthplace of Industrial Revolution. And one of the narratives that I encouraged at the site was not to see people as the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, but the birthplace of global warming. And I think that's something we can learn from our industrial heritage, because it has a past, but it also has a relevant contemporary context as well. I will now call on Stephanie Bischoff, the project manager for the Hansa route, cultural route. So your reflections, please, Stephanie.
Thank you, Mike, and thanks, Stefano, for inviting us here. Yes, I'm the manager of the Hansa network, which is a large network of currently 192 Hanseatic cities in 16 European countries, stretching from La Rochelle in the south to the Finnish city of Turku in the north, based on the heritage of the medieval merchant league, the Hanseatic League. So, Mike, you're asking about the main challenges that I'm seeing at the moment for the next year, but also in the longer run. For us in the Hansa and for our network, I must say that also the war in Ukraine is a major challenge because it affects us on many different levels. We used to have Russian cities with Hanseatic heritage which are excluded now from activities. But we also have member cities in Finland, in the Baltic states, in Poland, which are particularly affected and threatened due to their geographic location, due to their size, and also, well, they have a special history, of course. So the perspectives on this war, they are really relevant to us and quite dominant in our network. Then also what is connected to this, and it was also mentioned before, is the current energy crisis, which after all the restrictions we had now during COVID in the last couple of years, now it's causing again restrictions. And we can see it already now that we are discussing in the cities reduced opening hours, for example. We do not illuminate our sites anymore. Of course, people have less money to spend to go on travels. Although I must say that during COVID, the cultural routes, and we saw this in the Hansa also, they coped with the challenge quite well because suddenly people started to experience the heritage at their doorstep. And maybe this is happening again now. We will see that. Then another thing that I consider important is the rising nationalism. I won't expand on that because it was already mentioned. But just to tell you that, of course, this goes against the fundamental values and the Hanseatic spirit that we are based on. But also here, I think the cultural roots can be part of the answer and the solution, as you say. Because they are rooted at the local level and people understand their own heritage and their own place as part of a bigger European story and in the bigger context. So I think, making people experience this heritage is already a way of tackling this challenge. And of course, the third major challenge that really is a dominant one and the challenge, I would say, in the long run, but already now, is climate change, of course. As you may know, many Hanseatic cities, they are located by the sea, in the Baltic Sea area, but also by the North Sea. So they are especially vulnerable to the effects of climate change and all the different forms and threats that come along with this. And that also means that Hanseatic heritage, monuments, medieval buildings, they are at risk, of course. So, having now expanded a bit on the challenges, let me tell you that in the Hansa we have now already started discussing on these issues and also started to tackle these issues because we see that many of our cities are facing similar challenges, of course. They are in a similar situation, but also they can benefit from each other's experience and solution. I think there's a lot of good solutions, especially as regards climate change, already out there in the different cities. And by exchanging and presenting best practice solutions to each other, it prevents cities to having to reinvent the wheel again and build on each other's solutions and get it inspired. So that's what we've started to do, and where I think this cooperation in the cultural roots is really vital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, I think again, if we reflect on the contemporary situation of gas pipelines being restricted and trade sanctions, the Hansa is a reminder of a more open, cross-cultural, diverse society. The Cultural Roots programme presents us and has presented us for the past 30 years with wonderful opportunities for exchange and practice. And I would like to move on to the second question. And I have to say, I have to ask you to be fairly brief with this one. But how can the Cultural Roots of the Council of Europe maybe better assist or go a little bit step further to assist the protection of our cultural heritage? And I know they do a lot of work already, but perhaps you have some reflections on that. George.
As you quite rightly said, the problem of the cultural roots of the Council of Europe in reality, the program started 35 years ago, and the objective was the one mentioned by the previous speakers: promotion, valorization of our common cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible. Its objective is to participate in this cultural dialogue, enabling us to exchange points of view, enabling us to visit another's country to find solutions to our common issues. But the main objective was to establish an intercultural dialogue between the countries, thus enabling us to help to understand better our common history, a common identity in its various forms of expression. I believe this is the most important aspect of the cultural roots, and this is exactly what they do. They establish a link between Europe, among the countries of Europe, and we need a united Europe in order to respond to our common problems. The Ministry of Culture participates in this effort because in such a way we have the possibility to inform ourselves, to cooperate with you, and of course we're given the possibility to attend, to follow the way things evolve. We are happy for the historic cafes route, the route of the olive tree, and everything that promotes our cooperation. I believe that these routes, beyond the valorization of our cultural goods and cultural identity and heritage, are a new model of sustainable development. They are a solution in order to claim a day after that will be sustainable, a day after in the future that we will be able to pass to our children and grandchildren. It is very important for us to follow this extrovert trend and support the cultural roots within this framework of creativity, of sustainable development. And this is exactly what we are trying to do in the ministry. seen in the report that the Ministry of Culture and Sports, through the Recovery Fund, has funded on a national scale 5 cultural routes with more than 28 million euros. These are 5 cultural routes concerning the 2 main road axes of the country, east, west, starting from Thrace to Yanina, and to the central axis from central Macedonia to the Peloponnese. These cultural routes are a model of reference. They are the model that we adopt on a national level. This is something that we would like to integrate in some of the European cultural routes. The minister mentioned yesterday the route of Apostle Paul, the route to the west from Homer to Cervantes. These routes might serve as models, as objectives, as actions of growth for the whole Europe. This is the model for the future. This is the model we attended.
Thank you very much, Judge. And Anne, could you continue?
Thank you.
Ms. Vin?
Okay, thank you. I suppose what we're looking at is sustainable cultural tourism, and it's attracting visitors to cultural routes in a sustainable way. But we have to remember, to do this, it requires mitigation. And that's looking at reducing the flow of greenhouse gases, either by reducing the sources of gases, burning of fossil fuels, or enhancing the sinks that accumulate and store these gases. I've already outlined 2 examples from the report, the OMC report, Strengthening Cultural Heritage Resilience for Climate Change. There's 81 more best practices, and I don't have time to go through them all. But I'd like to talk about one in particular, and that's because it's a good example of a collective project. It's called Heritage Resilience Against Climate Events on Site, Heracles, Horizon 2020. It recognises traditional knowledge methods and developments, new technologies, what's happening now. And this is to counteract climate change, and it's a very rich resource. The research work had to be validated, and they looked at 2 cultural heritage sites. One is the historic town of Gubbio in central Italy, which is ill-equipped to deal with the really high rainfall, which can cause landslides and erosion. And the other, much nearer to the conference, and what you're already familiar with, is here on the island of Crete, the sea fortress of Koulos and Knossos Palace, which faces sea level and intense waves threatened from the sea and threatening the heritage, and it's what Stephanie referred to earlier about sea level erosion. And we mentioned the European route of industrial heritage with the 300 sites as well. Our report has many best practices relating to industrial heritage. As you said, the birthplace of climate change, the greenhouse gases. And Norway has policy development, research, training, and monitoring industrial heritage, how you can protect this heritage. Of possible relevance to the European roots of historic gardens, the Czech Republic has a really interesting case study as well, and it refers to the Prince's Garden. And this is where it suffered from drought for years. And what they've done is they've installed these tanks underneath the garden, still protecting the garden, so these stainless steel tanks can store water and that the gardens don't suffer, the plants, from drought. We can also learn from Bordeaux, the heritage city, which brought everybody and all the key players together. And there's a really good reference to a plan that they've developed, and a strategic management plan. In essence, what I'm really saying here, please look at the link to the report, to the 83 best practices. You will find something of interest, and maybe you know about them already. Maybe you're aware of what's there already. Have a look, use the research. It's accessible, it doesn't cost anything, and it's very valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Giovanna.
First of all, I would like to briefly mention what already has been done with the cultural roots. Of course, being part of the same house, the cooperation is already inbuilt. Of course, it's the logical thing. So, but I will, before I pass to the vision for cultural roots for the future, I would just like to mention some of the previous projects. For example, the successful work through the reflection group on the report prepared by the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, Cultures Without Borders, Cultural Heritage Management as a Tool for Local and Regional Development. We also had the pleasure with the Faro Convention to take part in the previous annual forum of the cultural roots. And in this sense, I think the synergies on the sustainability are of special relevance between the two programs. There is also, of course, the practical cooperation between certain cultural routes and the Faro Convention network. For example, the Atrium route, dealing with the heritage left from the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century, deals with the topic of dissonant and uncomfortable heritage, which is also one of the main topics of the Faro Convention. And this route is also a member of the Faro Convention, Italian Faro Convention network, comprised of communities that apply the Faro Convention principles in practice. So, I mean, synergies are many, and we, of course, leave open doors towards new cooperation ideas. And now, to go straight to the point, to the question, well, I see many possibilities for the future role of cultural roots. In the first place, keeping up with the good work to enhance more sustainable use of heritage, more sustainable and slow tourism, and especially in rural areas. Through rural routes, the existing and the new ones, the cultural routes can further contribute to tackling depopulation and also the effects of climate change in these disadvantaged areas. In the second place, I think there is a lot of space to continue working on reinforcing the role of heritage communities in the local economies. Of course, as I mentioned previously in my in the first question, sometimes heritage communities are neglected, but I think the cultural roots has a great potential to keep the good work in this sense. Also, I see cultural roots as further enabling and reinforcing cooperation between towns, regions, countries. This transnational cooperation is very important. And as mentioned before, all this diversity and richness and differences between the countries should be used as a basis of mutual understanding and cooperation rather than a source of a conflict. And finally, I also see the big role of cultural roots in the post-conflict scenarios in the countries affected by the armed conflict. Of course, now it's difficult to say, but in some cases, maybe if developing a new cultural route or reinforcing the existing ones, the cultural roots could work on, let's say, promoting this heritage, giving it more visibility, and in this way contributing to its further preservation and safeguarding. Also, in the framework of our other program, European Heritage Days, the topic, the annual theme for the next year is Living Heritage, and they will be also working a lot with the countries affected by the armed conflict, and especially raising the visibility of this heritage, promoting it, and in this way also contributing to giving it more importance and to its safeguarding. So I will finish by saying, by proposing maybe the ideas for new routes, maybe, I don't know, based on the challenges I've mentioned, maybe a migrant route in Europe, or, for example, the route of heritage to be preserved in Ukraine or other countries maybe affected by the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanna. And Baiba.
Yeah, just a few things.
Okay.
In my opinion, cultural roots are a great way to bring together different sectors, culture, heritage, tourism, creative industries that can make a significant contribution to overcome the crisis by learning to hear, understand, and inspire each other, and to interact for public benefit. The cultural routes can help to promote and also strengthen the local tourism. To this end, however, it would be necessary to enhance the visibility of cultural routes locally, placing greater emphasis on the fact that site is a part of a common European identity, thus increasing the self-confidence of local community. It would be also very important to be able to find resources and courage to consider the measures to protect heritage in crisis situations. The cultural routes could raise this topic by inviting respective network members to both share good practices and reflect on heritage risk assessment skills, risk preparedness, sustainability, and Baukultur topics that are interlinked. And to conclude, I would like to remind you about the ambitious Declaration for Culture that was adopted by 150 states on last Friday at the end of the three-day Mondiacult conference convened by UNESCO in Mexico City. The states affirm for the first time that culture is a global public good. Consequently, states call for culture to be included as a specific objective in its own right among the next United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. According to UNESCO data, the cultural and creative sector is one of the most powerful engines of development worldwide. It accounts for more than 48 million jobs globally. And cultural routes are a significant contributor to these impressive numbers. Therefore, by strengthening ourselves, building links of mutual cooperation and support, and showing solidarity, cultural routes is already an initiative that makes a significant contribution to sustainable, human-centered development, resilience, social cohesion, environment protection, and sustainable and inclusive growth.
Thank you. Reinhard, you mentioned earlier that you already have some good examples, but perhaps you could expand on some others.
Mike, I'll make it very short. The European cultural route, this is Europe. And the future of Europe are the young peoples. And we must bring this culture from the European cultural route to the young peoples. It's not so important that the young peoples understand this. They must feel it and they must love it. And in this case, the future is sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for being so to the point. So, and Stephanie.
Yes, thank you. I completely agree with Meinrad that the cultural roots are Europe. They are the essence of Europe and the European spirit and idea. And that's why I think they are really a great tool to tackle current challenges, because these challenges, they do not stop at national borders. They are global challenges. And so this calls for joint transnational solutions. And I really think that the cultural roots can play an important role here because they can engage people across borders and they can strengthen resilience. I think that each of the cultural routes is a big and powerful network in itself. For example, the Hansa with almost 200 cities all over Europe. So the activities that we implement, they can have a really pan-European impact. And let me just briefly tell you one example from the Hansa. We recently established a working group of Hanseatic cities on sustainability, where a number of Hanseatic cities work together on the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals at the local level, because they see that they are all in the same boat And at the local level, cities and communities, they really have a key role in implementing the SDGs. So this cooperation has already led to a regular exchange of best practices, but it also aims to make our main activities in the Hansa, especially the International Hanseatic Day, with up to 500,000 visitors, more sustainable and to reduce its carbon footprint. And I think that this is really what we need at this point. We need less talk and we need more action. And if cultural roots cooperate on common challenges, then the impact can be even bigger. And it was said yesterday, we have a huge network of 3,000 institutions involved. And if all go in the same direction and follow common standards that we define together, then we can really achieve a lot, I think. And let me just finalize this talk by just telling briefly that the first step was made by the network of cultural roots yesterday. In our meeting, we decided to set up working groups on the main challenges that we see at the moment. And one of these challenges is sustainability. So we will see closer cooperation on this topic among the cultural roots, hopefully in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, and I think it's your last point about cooperation, I think, between all of the roots and the strength of critical mass that the roots represent, I think, is really important, and we can do a lot with that. But I'd like to thank all of you for being here on the panel. We have a coffee break, I think, now, and we will reconvene with a brand new panel to have some more insights and more reflections on this topic. So I think coffee will be served now. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so it's definitely the time for a much-needed coffee break. I remind you that coffee is served outside the conference hall and also upstairs. And please make sure that you will all be back in the room by 14:45. Okay? No, 4:45. Okay? Welcome back. I'm pleased to give the floor to Professor Mike Robinson, who will be moderating the second panel of General Session 2. And before that, I would like to call the speakers of this session. Mr. Bruno Rossignol, Head of Program for Climate and Heritage, European Investment Bank Institute, Luxembourg. Ms. Lydia Karas, President of the Hellenic Society for Environment and Cultural Heritage, Europa Nostra Network member, Greece. Ms. Daria Koskoru, Director Curator of Kapodistrias Museum, Greece. Ms. Karin Zimmer, Head of Section International Cultural Policy, the Directorate of Arts and Culture, Federal Ministry for Arts, Culture, the Civil Service and Sport of Austria, IPA Governing Board, Council of Europe. Mr. Marcos Danas, Vice President of the European Route of Historical Thermal Towns, Cultural Route of the Council of Europe. And Mr. Jaume Dulsat, President of the European Route of Historic Gardens, Cultural Route of the Council of Europe.
Thank you, and thank you all for joining us again for this second panel on the subject of safeguarding heritage in times of crisis. And again, it's my pleasure to be joined by 7 distinguished speakers representing different organizations and different parts of Europe. And again, I'm conscious, we're all conscious, we've all been made very conscious of the time and the need for being, particularly for our dinner later on, and the coaches. So I would ask all the panel to try and stick to time as much as we can. And as before, as I mentioned earlier, this topic that we're discussing, it will not go away. This is the topic which we have been discussing for many years, and it will be discussed in many years to come. And that is a sign of its gravity, of what we are speaking about. But before we commence with our panel, we have a video message from Lazar Elenudo Asomo, who's the director of the World Heritage Center at UNESCO, who has kindly provided us with a message. So if we can have the video, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to say a few words on behalf of UNESCO on the occasion of the 11th Annual Advisory Forum of the Cultural Roots of the Council of Europe, which is organized around the topic Safeguarding European Values, Heritage and Dialogue. I wish to thank the Greek authorities and the Council of Europe for the opportunity to speak on the topic of safeguarding cultural heritage in times of conflict. As the concept note of this event already points it out, the notion of crisis does not only refer to geopolitical instabilities and armed conflict that often result in physical damages or illegal appropriation of cultural properties and sites, but also encompasses natural disasters, economic and social crises, as well as health-related crises, as we have all experienced it in the last few years. Climate change-related threats are also in the forefront of our interest and makes us, moreover, aware that all the listed aspects of crisis are interrelated. Conflict is one of the main threats to cultural heritage, in particular armed conflict, as it is often specifically targeted for what it represents. Because heritage is what allows us to create meaning, to build communities, to unite us. Unfortunately, there are many examples of cultural heritage being attacked. We all have in mind what happened to the historic city of Dubrovnik, to the Mostar Bridge, to the Bamiyan Buddhas, to Aleppo in Syria, to the manuscripts and mausoleums of Timbuktu in Mali, to name a few. When these sites are intentionally targeted, it is not fundamentally for strategic reasons. These sites are targeted because they are symbols of cultural identity that has deep historic roots. It is precisely because heritage has this unique dimension that it is given special protective status under international law. And while the defense of this heritage and all that it represents concerns us all, UNESCO spearheads international effort in this field. It has done so in the cases I have just mentioned and is doing so today in Ukraine. UNESCO has a unique mandate within the United Nations systems to build the defenses of peace in the minds of women and men through education, science, communication and culture in all its forms. To infuse the humanist values of respect, dignity and solidarity into people's consciences. This is why, for 70 years, UNESCO has developed essential standard-setting instruments to support and involve states in this fundamental issue. No doubt, the Cultural Roots Program, which has been established for the development and promotion of roots based on historic itineraries and cultural concepts of transnational importance, can contribute to the objectives that the member states of UNESCO have set themselves by adopting such a set of standards. UNESCO's cultural conventions provide for a unique global platform for international cooperation and establish an integrated cultural governance system based on human rights and shared values. These include conventions that are most relevant related to conflict situations. The 1954 Hague Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict that covers immovable and movable heritage and provides valuable guidance to prepare in times of peace for the safeguarding of cultural property situated against the foreseeable effect of an armed conflict. The 1970 Convention, which sets out measures to prohibit and prevent the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. The 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage has developed its own operational principles and modalities for safeguarding living heritage in emergencies. And last but not least, I should also mention the 1972 Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage, which celebrates this year its 50th anniversary and is the most well-known international heritage protection treaty in the world, providing a unique mechanism for international cooperation to bring together people and resources and to safeguard heritage. As you may know, a number of sites included in the Cultural Roots Program are also inscribed on the World Heritage List. Under the Convention, several frameworks and programs have been developed to assist state parties reducing disaster risk at World Heritage sites, manage climate change, and integrate the sustainable development perspective into conservation processes. UNESCO has dedicated this 50th anniversary to an interdisciplinary reflection on the future of World Heritage, going beyond the celebration of past achievement. The theme chosen by UNESCO to celebrate this 50th anniversary is the next 50 years World Heritage as a source of resilience, humanity, and innovation, and certainly resonates with this year's forum theme, as do the priority areas which UNESCO is looking into further. Balanced representation of inscribed sites, sustainable tourism, digital transformation, post-COVID-19 recovery, and climate change and heritage conservation. With regard to the latter, UNESCO is honored to also cooperate closely with the government of Greece and the Ministry of Culture and Sport in particular in the organization of an international conference in November next on the future of World Heritage, which will focus on resilience and sustainability of World Heritage properties to the challenges of climate change. The COVID-19 pandemic, which remains an ongoing global threat today, has made us more aware of the importance of culture, of how it enriched our lives in countless ways, of the important role it plays for both individuals and communities, and of the different ways in which we can engage with culture in all its forms in an environmentally responsible manner. The impact of the pandemic was huge, and it resulted in grave concerns about the future. And while the threats of the pandemic have not disappeared, a war is going on in Europe, resulting in the threat of energy and food crisis and economic instability. In addition to this, the increasing negative impacts of climate change are globally present. While we might think that these require actions related to economy and business, we should not forget that protecting and safeguarding the world's cultural and natural heritage and supporting creativity and dynamic cultural sectors are fundamental to addressing the challenges of our time. UNESCO is convinced that no solution to problems and no development can be sustainable without a strong cultural component, and only a human-centered approach based on mutual respect and open dialogue among cultures can lead to lasting peace. Therefore, as a closing remark, I wish to highlight that UNESCO continues to advocate for the values that stand at the heart of the Cultural Roots program, as well as while sharing with the Council of Europe the firm conviction that culture and heritage play a fundamental role in the construction of peaceful and democratic societies. I wish you all a successful and productive session, and thank you for your attention.
Well, that was a very comprehensive view and understanding, I think, of the whole scope of the relationship between cultural heritage and some of the many challenging global issues that face us. I would pick out, and I think this was mentioned in Lazar's speech, that as he mentioned, many of the cultural roots include not just UNESCO World Heritage Sites, but also aspects of the Intangible Heritage Representative List and Safeguarding List, and also UNESCO designations such as creative cities. So there is always a lot of commonality, I think, between the work of the Roots and UNESCO, and I think that's to be encouraged and hopefully developed in the future. So I will turn to our panel, and as before, I have sort of 2 questions to address to each member of the panel, and I'd like to start by with you, Bruno, if I may, who represents the European Investment Bank Institute in Luxembourg, to give us your thoughts from your perspective on what you see the main challenges of protecting cultural heritage into the future.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me today, and I'd like to thank the audience for staying and listening to us. There are 3 challenges that I see as crucial for cultural heritage, but not only for cultural heritage. They are climate change, which we have discussed and we will continue discussing. Over-tourism, which is particularly impacting cities like Venice, Dubrovnik, Barcelona, but many others. And the last one is financing. And of course, here being a representative of the European Investment Bank, that's what I'm going to talk about. When I was invited for this conference, I must confess that I didn't know anything about the cultural roots of the Council of Europe, just like many of you may not know anything about the EIB. So let me introduce my institution. The EIB is the European Investment Bank. It was created in 1958 by then the 6 founding member states. It is owned by the EU member states. Each time a state becomes a member of the EU, it also becomes a shareholder of the EIB according to its GDP when it joins the EU. So today we have 27 shareholders representing a shareholder base of 247 billion euros. This capital allows us to issue bonds on the financial markets to the tune of about 50-60 billion euros every year, with which we finance investment projects, mostly in the EU. 90% of what we finance is in the EU, 10% is outside the EU. And we lend money. We don't give money away. We're a bank, so we expect to be reimbursed for the money that we lend. Of course, we lend according to good conditions, because being a AAA issuer, we can obtain good conditions from the financial markets. And every year, we finance for about 80-90 billion euros of investment projects. We finance projects according to 4 priorities: SMEs, small and medium-sized businesses, infrastructure, innovation, and of course, climate. The bank is the EU's climate bank. 50% of our financing by 2025 will be dedicated to climate-related investment projects. Already last year, we financed 51% of our investment projects and that were related to climate change. Now, what is the link with cultural heritage here? You may wonder. We do finance cultural heritage. We do finance cultural heritage either directly for large investment in large cultural buildings, and when I say large, investment projects have to be over 100 million euros, so quite large. We do finance cultural heritage projects through municipal loans, what we call framework loans, and we do finance heritage projects through regional and national framework loans. We may finance a project from a Ministry of Culture, for instance. That's what we do. We also created recently a new financial instrument for projects under an initiative by the EU Commission called the New European Bauhaus, that you may have heard of. And I guess that some of the projects may be eligible for New European Bauhaus financing. The last part is what I do. I had a program at the EIB Institute called Climate and Heritage. And most of this program is related to our partnership with Europa Nostra, here represented by Lydia Karas. Europa Nostra is the leading NGO for safeguarding cultural heritage sites in Europe. And with them, we have a program called 7 Most Endangered. Every year, we select 7 endangered sites in Europe, and we provide assessment missions on how to save those sites, as well as an EIB grant of 10,000 euros to help start the works around the site. We've also worked with Europa Nostra in writing a report on the EU Green Deal and cultural heritage, and how cultural heritage could be the missing link between the EU Green Deal and EU citizens. And with that, I will leave the floor to the next speaker. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bruno. I think it's really important for us to reflect on what I would call sort of the underground aspect of what we talk about when we talk about all aspects of cultural heritage, and particularly its safeguarding. It's true what Lazare in his opening commentary said. Heritage for most of us is something about our identity. It's symbolic, it's representative. But there is a financial dimension, as there is to everything in the world. And I think when we are talking about the protection of heritage, we have to think about how do we fund it, and how do we pay for it. So thank you so much for your intervention. So our next speaker has just been very kindly introduced, is Lydia Karas, who is president of the Hellenic Society for Environment and Cultural Heritage and a representative of Europa Nostra. So again, Lydia, if you could share your reflections on what you see as the important challenges from your perspective.
Thank you very much. Let me first say a very warm thank you to the Council of Europe and the Roots for Culture, because we do need Europe. We who are in the cultural heritage world, we need Europe. We need to exchange ideas. We need the support of Europe. And allow me also to say a thank you to the Department of the Ministry of Culture on Public Relations, International Public Relations, because they worked very hard for this event. Now, we heard different representatives here. In my case, I represent both for our Greek organization, Elliniki Eteria, and for Europa Nostra, the voice of the citizen. Okay, it's a very important voice. And let me also say that you will be interested to hear that Elliniki Eteria started 50 years ago, and because of something that happened in Crete. And the then dictator, Mr. Patakos, just ordered a beautiful, very impressive Venetian church of the 16th century, because it was Catholic and not Orthodox, to be knocked down. Poor church didn't want to come down, and they tried very hard, but in the end they succeeded, to make it into a car park. So now you can visit the car park in Heraklion. That was what made us start the organization. It was really a reaction of the citizens. And we do feel that heritage is very much linked to democracy. Because for heritage, we need the voice of the citizen. Because, you know, all governments feel the pressure, one pressure, another pressure. It's the citizens that do make a difference in the country. In all countries, I think. And let me say also what, for us, cultural heritage is both natural and man-made. It's what surrounds men. And you see on the one hand here, you see the Aegean on the left, and you see part of a settlement again in the Aegean on the right. And we feel that it's very important to have a clear aim in the protection of this. We also are the NGO involved in a very big European program, 8-year program called Life IP, which is aims at deciding, after a lot of research, what should each of the 13 areas of Greece do to adapt to climate change. And there are many partners. We as the NGO in the operation are responsible for monuments, for architectural heritage, for nature. And for instance, what happens to Delos is something that will be one of the things we will be looking at, because it is, you know, the sea surrounds it. Let me also say that coming to Greece, we have good legislation, but it is not often applied. It is flexible depending on the circumstances. And what I would say is most in danger in Greece. Greece has many weaknesses, but we really think it's a very beautiful country. Beautiful villages, beautiful landscapes, seas, mountains, and so on. It's not protected well, really. And we have to give continuous fights for this. We are, I think, the only country in Europe where we have what's called εκτός σχεδίου δόμηση. Now that's a very interesting word, which every Greek will smile. And it's the permission to build outside plans, you know, like outside the zonings or something. It's a disaster for Greece. Every time a minister wants to change it, he loses his post as minister. But I think one day, if we continue, if the citizens of Greece want it, and I'm not sure they do want it yet, I think we will succeed. So I would agree that illegal construction is one of the main problems in our country. And also, it is also affected by democracy. But every time we approach elections, the illegal constructions is legitimized. So you can wait for the next elections. I agree, over-tourism is a new experience in Greece, and it has incredible social impact because it means that in many of the beautiful areas of Greece, many of the islands, many of the old towns, local people can't afford the rents anymore, you know. And finally, not to tire you anymore, to say that we think, and Europa Nostra agrees with us, I mean, we have discussed this, many countries in Europe agree, that it is very important for Europe to preserve our historic cities and the villages, and that they should not just be like a scenery for just Airbnb people who come for 2 or 3 days, but it should have residents who can afford the price to stay in the old town and in the old village. And to end on a happy note, let me say that we have been selected by Europe and by Europa Nostra to be they have decided that they didn't want anymore everything to be centered in Brussels and in The Hague. So they decided to have hubs in 4 areas of Europe. The first, very understandable, they chose Krakow because Poland has been of enormous support to the Ukraine and to all the problems there. The second hub, they have chosen Greece, and they've chosen us, and it will be a hub for the Balkans, Eastern Mediterranean. And already we are mounting a number of projects. The first one will be this October in the very, very emblematic area of Prespa, the Lake of Prespa, where young people from all over the Balkans will come together to discuss and to decide what should be done by all of them together, by the young people, for the heritage of the Balkans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Again, I take from that two things. One is, I think, and you mentioned it at the start, we need to listen to ordinary people in this and involve communities in not just in the protection of heritage, but the safeguarding of it in the future. And the other thing which I think is really important to stress, and it does link with Bruno's point in the sense that, we have to find, we can't just abandon these places and sort of stand back and look at them. These are people's homes. We have to find uses, productive uses, I think, for our heritage, which are meaningful to people, I think, in communities. So, thank you very much. Daria Koskarou, who's the director Kapodistrias Museum in Greece. So over to you, Daria.
Thank you, Mike. Let me first of all thank the organization for inviting me here and organizing such a beautiful event. And thank you, Lydia, for raising the status of the citizen in your talk. And I will try to shine more light on that and what we do at the Kapodistrias Museum. So before I get into the challenges, let me explain what is the Kapodistrias Museum, because we know from our work that this Kapodistrias, who was a man, by the way, he's relatively unknown in the international audience today. But whoever has done a bit of shopping in Chania these days, you might have in your change some 20 cents. If you have the Greek issued 20 cents, you will see the face of Ioannis Kapodistrias. So he's an emblematic figure for our modern Greek history. So the Kapodistrias Museum, as you can see on the screen, is a small museum on an island, on Corfu Island, that it was his hometown, his home place. It's in the Ionian Sea, and the museum, as you can see there, is set in a lush historic garden and estate, which is a national heritage site. So the Museum of Kapodistrias tells the story of the first head of state of modern Greece, Ioannis Kapodistrias, who lived in the turbulent forming times of the early 19th century. And our motto is, a small museum, a grand story. As we tell the story of this Corfu man, who is a distinguished European statesman, and as a foreign affairs minister of the Russian Empire, helped design peace in Europe after the Napoleonic Wars, contributed significantly to the unification and neutrality of Switzerland, and at the end of the Greek Revolution became the first governor, as the title of the head of state was at the time, of modern Greece, and was assassinated on the job. So Kapodistrias' life and legacy traverses Greek and European history, and we at his museum present his biography by making these links to the struggles of the peoples of Greece and Europe for peace, prosperity, self-determination through the art of diplomacy and the rule of law. Our museum was founded in 1981, but underwent a major renovation and redesign in the past decade. So the new museum was opened just 5 years ago, at the tail end of a decade of a financial crisis. Soon after our opening, the pandemic hit us all, and now we find ourselves at the doorstep of yet another crisis, while the climate crisis is looming over our head. So we are a young museum that we have only operated in crisis. Our driving force to safeguard and promote our heritage in these turbulent times is to prioritize the visitor, the people, the communities that we serve, and make sure that our role is beneficial to their sense of identity, sense of community, sense of security, and of wellness. It is for the people, after all, for whom we try to safeguard and share knowledge on our culture and our own values. And to come more specifically to target the question, Mike, you sent us, we all face all these multiple pressures of values, tolerance, peace, environment. I pass them on as if they're easy, but they're not. And actually, they're too big for an organization alone to tackle them. But it's absolutely important for, at the level of a cultural organization like us, to ensure that this year, next year, and as it seems in the upcoming years, that we ensure that our programming and our governance has some very clear objectives. And first of all, the main objective is to remain a trusted party to our community's quality of life and be there for a sense of identity and act as a strategic partner to experts across our fields and across borders for the raising, absolutely necessary raising of awareness of the values that our stories and our common heritage hold, and the relevance that these stories have to the lives of the people today, in order not just to have a sense of history, but more importantly, to help them navigate and negotiate today's issues by the study and knowledge of the past, or understanding and respect of nature. So we need to be rigorous in building a sense of ownership. So in common with our visitors and our networks, we can protect our cultural and natural heritage, and together select tools that will ensure the sustainability and the resilience of our common values and of our survival as an organization.
Thank you very much, Daria. You mentioned that sometimes it can be a little bit daunting when you are a small, isolated museum or site to face some of these great challenges that we face. And that's why I think being part of a network, and the one thing that Cultural Roots are a very big network and an different intersecting networks. I think it's very important that we start to think like that. We're all in this together. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is Karen Zimmer, who's Head of International Relations at the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Sport in Austria, and is a member of the PA Governing Board. So to you, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for the invitation to take part in this round. I wanted to talk to you about the Office Ukraine, Shelter for Ukrainian Artists. This is a program Austria developed in the last half year, and it's about protecting living cultural heritage in times of crisis. This topic is very close to my heart, and therefore I would like to share it with you. The Office Ukraine, Shelter for Ukrainian Artists, has been set up only a few weeks after the start of the war in the Ukraine. It's for Ukrainian artists and cultural workers fleeing their country and seeking shelter in Austria. This program serves as a liaison between these artists and the Austrian cultural scene. The program has been created in cooperation of the civil society in Austria, of art institutions, and of two ministries, our Ministry of Culture and the Foreign Ministry. Our foremost goal is to enable Ukrainian artists and cultural workers to work in Austria and to develop cooperation with the Austrian art scene on a long-term basis. We have installed all over Austria 3 offices, one in Vienna, one in Graz, and one in Innsbruck. The team members in these offices are all artists or cultural workers with a very wide international network with a focus to the east of Europe. They come from Austria, they come from Ukraine, from Belarus and Russia. Currently, we look after around 900 Ukrainian artists with their families. Most of them are women. All of them are highly educated and wonderful in the things they are doing. We assist them in finding accommodation. We provide information on applying for universities, for students coming, and try to help them in finding jobs and grants. The office is a mediating platform. Our aim is to connect those who offer support to those who need support. We help to connect Ukrainian artists with cultural institutions and initiatives, as well as artists all over Austria, to get for them studio places, to get in contact with galleries, museums, off spaces, design studios, film organizations, literature, music venues, and so on. So far, we have cooperations with more than 80 art institutions, from very well-known ones as the Belvedere Museum in Vienna, Secession, Kunsthalle Wien, Bern Club, Ars Electronica in Linz, but also with many galleries, art initiatives, off spaces, music and art festivals. At the same time we implemented these offices, our ministry started a special budget for grants of 500,000 euros, where Ukrainian artists or their Austrian partners, because most of these artists don't have an Austrian bank account, can apply for work grants or project fundings. Until now, we have supported about 150 Ukrainian artists with grants. All in all, we have invested until now 1 million euro, and I'm happy that we can go on with this wonderful project, which is an European best practice model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Again, this intervention, which is incredibly important at this time, I think is a very good example of a response to an immediate and pressing crisis. And it shows that when we think about, and it's back to this link with ordinary people and community, what we see on our TV screens are not just people, but they are very talented people. They need support, and they carry their heritage with them as well. And I think that's something that we have to think about. Cultural heritage is mobile, and that's, I think, exemplified now. Our next speaker is Luca Obruschki. He's the director of Via Francigena, and I'm looking forward, as always, to hearing what you have to say, Luca.
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon. A special thanks to Stefano Dominioni and the wonderful Cultural Route team for your work. And the Via Francigena is a cultural route of the Council of Europe since 1994. We are getting old. It promotes heritage and values of the European cultural identity. The route, the Via Francigena, connects Canterbury in the UK, crossing England, France, Switzerland, Italy to Rome, and it continues to the very south of Italy, in Apulia, in the direction of Jerusalem. The European Association of the Via Francigena is a no-profit organization. It was founded 21 years ago. We are a network of 216 members, especially local communities and regions. We are also in the network 400 private stakeholders and 70 local associations. Mike, to answer your question, the Via Francigena is made up of numerous heritage sites experienced by tourists and pilgrims. Because we have a pilgrimage route, we also have to consider the spiritual aspect of the heritage and pilgrims' personal motivation to engage with it. Our starting point is the protection and enhancement of the heritage that is the foundation of the Via Francigena. The cultural sector, more than others, has been very much hit by the pandemic, which has forced a long period of closure of the sites and museums. One of our challenges is to assist these sites in opening up again to our audience and to ensure that we increase the attractiveness of tangible and intangible infrastructures of the historic and artistic heritage. Also important is the enhancement of public accessibility to these sites. This involves improving sustainable transport and also digital technologies. Our challenge today is to regenerate the villages crossed by the Via Francigena and build partnership between the public and private sector, involving local communities and local businesses. This will allow better promotion of cultural activities, enhancement of historical parks, and the recovery of the cultural and artistic industry, led by the talents of young producers. And while we wish to encourage tourism, we need to manage this sustainability to safeguard our heritage and within a policy framework that seeks to reduce environmental impacts. All of these challenges require vision, strategy, technical expertise, professionalism, and well-defined institutional framework with clear founding lines. These are the ideas to be included in the upcoming Via Francigena Strategic Plan 2023-2025. Thank you for your attention.
I think the Via Francigena, as many other routes, sort of signifies how the development of tourism over a period of time has produced pressures on certain parts of the route and maybe not on others. So I think it's always a bit of a balance sometimes to sort of manage the over-tourism in some of the key areas of the route, and we know what they are, but also, you know, the routes pass through very deprived areas and rural areas, so you have another aspect of an environmental heritage challenge to upgrade those areas as well. And I think, you know, the idea of having a strategy to do this and think strategically to do this is incredibly important. So thank you for your intervention, Luca. And now I'd like to pass on to Mr. Marcos Danos, who's representing the European route of historic thermal towns. Thank you, Marcos.
Hello. Thank you too, Mrs. Robinson, Mr. Robinson. I remember the old song. And I want to thank Mr. Domignoni too for his productive work. We were together in Galicia last week, and we have the opportunity to collaborate together. So, this cultural route consists of 50 members in 15 countries. It's a little bit different from the others because its members are whole towns with their own ecosystem and a range of issues and challenges. The route does not consist of individual museums or individual sites as members, like the majority of the other cultural routes. Concerning thermal architecture, we exist as both an association and a route, not only to promote the use of thermal springs, but also to protect the architecture and heritage surrounding them. We have a story to tell about the tradition that has been in development since ancient Greece. As you all know, the birthplace of hydrotherapy is in the southern Aegean Sea. We have thermal establishments from the Romans. We used it. We can see it as monuments, but the heritage is also not only tangible but intangible. And in Greece, in southern Aegean, we saw for the first time to use water as a healing mean. That is the gift from Hippocrates, and this is happened right now, right there. This continuing living tradition is something that is continually evolving, for example, from medicine to leisure, and maybe back again in the post-COVID world. In this cultural route, we have the challenge of keeping our towns popular enough for them to thrive and continue to provide what guests need. And on the other hand, there is the danger that they are becoming so popular that the peace, quiet, thermal way of life is destroyed. This is the case for our 11 great spa towns of Europe, which have two titles, Cultural Route and World Heritage Sites. One example is Baden-Baden, as you can see in the slide. These 11 thermal towns are enlisted in the World Heritage Site of UNESCO, not as 11 parts, but united. You can imagine the huge work that had to do. It was something great and wonderful. Here especially you can see the problem of protecting versus using the therapeutic spa landscape. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Marco. Thank you. Again, the route has a particular character because you have this duality with being a UNESCO World Heritage route, as well as a cultural route. And in some ways that should give you double protection in a sense for everything, but I know it's much more complicated than that because you're dealing with whole towns and cities. Thank you for your intervention. And now I'd like to introduce Mr. Jaime Dulsat, President of the European Route of Historic Gardens, Cultural Route.
Thank you, Mike. Kalispera. I think Bruno Rossignol has already said thanks to the audience for staying. I go one step further. I would say that they start becoming heroes, because after the dinner, after the coffee break, after many interesting speeches, they're still here. So thank you so much. I'll try to be very brief. The topic of this debate fits very much with the mission of the European Route of the Historical Gardens that I do represent. As a short introduction, we are already 41 gardens from 10 countries, and we all together work daily for the secure future of the European green legacy and identity by generating and promoting a high-quality educational, cultural, and tourism content that will be helpful for the preservation and awareness raising of the European heritage, and will drive cultural exchanges and sustainable tourism. We not only want to convey the message of the value of green heritage, but the importance of the historical gardens is a living proof of common European culture. From the beginning of gardening in Europe, historical gardens have conveyed a message of unity beyond political, linguistic, and even climatic boundaries. Answering the question, going straight to the point, I would like to say, the question we're asking about the crisis, and I would like to say, what crisis? We mean pandemic, we mean climatic, economical crisis, social. About climate crisis, in general terms, in sense of all the cultural roots, I would like to say that climate change has become one of the most significant threats to cultural heritage all over the world. In particular terms of our association, historic gardens are particularly affected by natural disasters and catastrophic events. However, they are simultaneously carriers of an extraordinary capacity for resilience. that can open many, many paths and to find solutions for the future. Our specific challenge, its conservation practices of heritage resources have become a challenge regarding the adaptation capacity of our cultural sites. Historical gardens, after the COVID crisis, I have to say that have we really learned the lesson? In general sense, for all the routes, we need to be ready for new pandemics. We need to have protocols and contingency plans that we don't have yet. In terms of historical gardens, we made a research called Identification and Analysis of Problems in Selected European Historic Gardens during the COVID-19 pandemic, conducted by our IP, Lucas Prisiviliak, and a collaborator, and was published in a magazine, Sustainability, last year. And the conclusions were just a few. As the visitant drops, affected gardens' financial standings and contribute to workforce reduction, so less people to work on the gardens, and the gardens' conditions, treatments were affected as well. That's very easy. Less visitors, less income, less resources. On the other hand, when you have less visitors, the results in the environmental sense is positive. It sounds very logical. Less people, more vegetation, more natural diversity, more animals. In other sense, we have to say that less than half of the gardens has not contingency plans, just the 50% on them. The 25% of the 25% are working to about one, and 25% has nothing. So we need to work on that sense. And last, just about to finish, the COVID gave the citizens and tourists a new perspective of historic gardens as a valuable heritage that can be enjoyed in the open air. So this is an opportunity, this is a chance we have to take. People is thinking more about activities in the open air, so this is a strategical opportunity for us. And I think my time is finished, so I will continue in the second term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, again, your emphasis on being prepared, and we weren't prepared, nobody could predict the pandemic, but since we've had it, it's back to strategy, it's back to our precautionary principle, and trying to be prepared for the future. And if nothing else, one of the things during the pandemic, and I assume most of you have found this, the value of open space, of greenery, of wildlife, we started to recognize that like we've never recognized that before. Yes, so, okay. Look, we are running short of time, but I do want to get in the second question. So I would ask each member of the panel to be really, really, really brief, if they can. Because I do want to get your very immediate reflections upon how the cultural roots of the Council of Europe can possibly better assist in the protection of heritage. Again, we know what they do now. They do fantastic work, but we all can improve. So your reflections, please. And again, I will start with you, Bruno. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give you a very quick answer. I don't know. And I don't know because I don't know enough of the cultural roots to say anything that would be of interest. Maybe two, three things. One thing is expand networking, and go beyond the network of the usual network of cultural roots and liaise with other heritage organizations, but not only. And the second thing is maybe develop contact with economic activities. Business model is not a dirty word for cultural heritage. And I will stop here.
Well, for somebody who purported to know nothing about it, they're two very wise reflections, I think. I mean, growing the network and being more, let's say, creative in our economy, I think, are very important messages. So, Lydia, please.
Okay, I would agree with Monsieur Rossignol to say that I think the cultural roots, and we have an experience in Greece. We started 10 years ago a project called Greek Paths of Culture. You can find it in your internet in English. And the Greek Paths of Culture was a response to the crisis that hit Greece, the economic crisis that hit Greece. And we thought, what can we do to keep young people locally? And anyway, we started this, and it's proved an enormous success, because we've done it in 15 regions of Greece, select, with the help of the locals, paths, which are, many of them are ancient paths, medieval paths. They are cleared, they are signposted, they are publicized all over Europe, and they have had an incredible impact, financial. So it's the roots can really hit at the heart of sustainable development. And to finish on it's interesting, it will be interesting for you to know, at some point, when we linked 10 villages in Arcadia, a beautiful area of Greece, in the mountains, we encountered a whole group from the House of Lords who had learned about it, and they came, and it was right in the middle of the crisis. They were asking everybody, so how had this hit you? And they would say, it hasn't hit us because of the paths. It shows what a beneficial road in place. And let me, again, on a happy note, that our new vision, and which we will collaborate with Europa Nostra, is the paths that end in some frontier, like, for instance, from the town of Xanthi in Thrace, up to the border. It stops. Now it will continue up to the old town of Philippoupolis, now called Plovdiv in Bulgaria. And I really look forward to the day when young people will walk from Bulgaria and Greeks from the south, and they will all meet in the middle. And it's a very good way of getting young people together and overcoming borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daria.
Overcoming borders. Yes, the cultures of Europe could be very beneficial to our organization, but also to our island, touching upon the over-tourism. Corfu is a big touristic destination for Greek standards, but it remains a small island. Its main town, it's a UNESCO heritage site. But over-tourism has put a lot of pressure on everything, on the economy, on the society, and of course on the landscape. Now, as a national heritage site that we manage, we also protect the landscape that diminishes every year around us as the economy changes, as the value of land changes, as the old traditional occupations are being abandoned for more service-orientated occupations to provide for a modern tourist. So we hope that the cultural roots can be instrumental in giving us a know-how and a network, and linking us with other best practice models in designing a sustainable model for sustainable tourism and a viable future for living on a beautiful island.
Thank you. I think, as we've heard from other speakers and indeed other sessions, and as I'm sure you will be aware when you meet and talk to people from the roots, there are lots of examples of good practice, and I think the more we can highlight those, the better. Karen, your thoughts?
Okay, thank you. Very short. most of the existing European cultural routes are mainly based on tangible heritage, such as castles, monuments, products, places of worship, archaeological sites, spas, cemeteries, and so on. Cultural routes based exclusively on intangible heritage with a focus on the arts are an innovation. One example you might know already is the Women's Writers Route, which was certified this year. This route follows European women writers and tells about their lives and literary works that mark the struggle for human, women's, and minority rights in the last 200 centuries. What I would like to see more attention of the roots of the Council of Europe given to this aspect, intangible heritage with a focus on the arts. Working on the idea of a shared European identity through artists. Supporting artists today means supporting tomorrow's societies, in times of peace as in times of war. It is the cultural heritage of tomorrow. Thank you.
Again, many of the routes have intangible elements to them, but I think what you're talking about has some great merit, particularly because when we talk about cultural heritage, and again it was reflected through the UNESCO intervention, but also just how we think about it, we still tend to think of it as tangible things, as buildings and old castles, etc. So I think there's a lot more we can do on the intangible side. Luca.
Thank you. Try to be short. The cultural routes have the opportunity to play a leading role in making the cultural heritage better known and protected. First of all, by trying to involve our network of institutions, associations, universities, entrepreneurs, private individuals who attend them. If I take the Via Francigena as an example, last year we celebrate 20 years of the foundation of our association with a great event called Via Francigena Road to Rome, Start Again. Please, we can launch the short video without audio. While I speak, you can see a video. Maybe the music is better. While I speak, you can see a video clip of the initial stretch of the Via Francigena in the region Hauts-de-France, and the final one in the Apulia, where we reach our final destination at the end of October. The event consisted of a long 4 months walk along the 3,200 kilometers of the Via Francigena, covered on foot and by bicycle. It was a great celebration of slow and sustainable tourism to discover tangible and intangible heritage on the route, crossing 5 countries, 16 regions, and over 700 municipalities. One of the main goals of this initiative was to support the candidature of the Via Francigena as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And during this event, we organized many conferences, roundtables, and workshops on this topic. This March demonstrated how heritage organization and the Via Francigena network can play leading role, reaching a broad target audience, including policymakers and cultural tourism. Importantly, this initiative paid particular attention to schools, young generations, and students who accompanied us in a large number. The cultural routes are able to mobilize young people across different countries to engage with our cultural heritage. Jacques Le Goff, the distinguished French historian, a great friend of the Via Francigena, called it a bridge of cultures. I sincerely believe that this definition can deservedly be extended to the entire network of cultural routes of the Council of Europe, a network that Catherine Lalumière, the former Secretary General of the Council of Europe, rightly defined as brilliant and far-sighted idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you very much. And Marcos?
So, more funding opportunities directly targeted at cultural roots are needed for technical issues of protection, as well as raising awareness on touristic products. Enabling national tourism offices to fund or to promote transnational tourism products. We just experienced this during our activities with the European Travel Commission, that border crossing can be a difficulty. The National Tourism Office had difficulties to pay for a bus going from Portugal to Spain. The NTOs can only operate on their country's ground and need encouragement and support to literally go beyond borders. Helped to improve understanding at European government level of the dangers of not protecting our heritage. Research at university level, cultural roots should be known as sources of information and expertise, and find opportunities to improve visibility of the whole program at the European level. On this last point, the recent Thermal Congress, as I mentioned, in Ourense, in Galicia, was a good example of what roots can do to help give their individual roots and the program as a whole more visibility. We had a great example of crossing routes, the St. James Way and our Thermal Town route, promoting the Camino Thermal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least?
Last but least, you can say it, last but least. Well, in admission as a cultural route of the Council of Europe opens up opportunities to participate on projects protecting and promoting the culture and tourism at the international level. In fact, being a cultural route is a protection on itself. We need to improve our sustainable tourism as a source of income for gardens. That's very important. And in the social aspect, we need to connect with a wider audience of locals. That's also very important, because normally the locals looks to us as a tourism product, and we need to respect the traditions, the knowledge, and the recovering of the common heritage through the collaboration. And foster solidarity with territories. For example, we have invited to be a member of our route to Sofievka Park, near Kiev in Ukraine, and of course they have accepted, and we feel very proud about that. And just to finish, I want to point what the Minister of Culture of Greece, Mrs. Lina Mendoza, said yesterday in the opening. She said, "The culture is the true tool to mobilize people against any crisis. So to protect cultural heritage, the best tool is to use the culture." Many thanks.
It's a very fitting few sentences to end on. It has its resonance. And when we were thinking, and I think I've discussed the topic with most of the people here previously, it was going through my mind because of all this word crisis. It dominates us sometimes, and we turn our TVs on and it's there, we are faced with crisis, etc. But of course, it's at moments like these, and your reflections, which I think, and the whole spirit of this meeting, and indeed the cultural roots, is always one of optimism. And is always a sort of a can-do attitude and an attitude of change. And I think that's been reflected in our panel both here and earlier, and I'd like to thank all of our panel and you, the audience, for staying with us, and thank you very much for this session. Thank you.
Time Time flies, so if we don't want to be late for the most important meal of the day for the Greeks and their guests, we must fast move forward to the last part of today's program, our thematic session 2 on promoting cultural diplomacy in the wider Black Sea region and the role of the cultural roots in doing so. The thematic session is organized in cooperation with the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization Secretariat and its Secretary General Ambassador Comanescu, who we are delighted to welcome to the forum along with his staff. So I'm very pleased to give the floor to Ambassador Selim Yenel, President of Global Relations Forum, who will be moderating this thematic session. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Can I have all our participants on the floor, please? I think we're waiting for our 2 participants. As we've heard from our introductory remarks, we are the last speakers of tonight, and therefore we have to be very brief in our statements because we will be holding out on you for the traditional dinner. And we have our speakers tonight, our eminent speakers, and I have also the task of not only being the moderator but also making some brief introductory remarks. So I'll start as briefly as possible. And we will be talking about culture and diplomacy, the relationship it has with each other. And I will be giving some obvious statements, but I'm sure that you'll understand what I mean. And that the most visible aspect of culture in this context that we're talking about is that it has no boundaries. And this is easily proven when you look at the history of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea region. And there is nothing that has been untouched throughout the many civilizations throughout the centuries. And despite the fact that there have been natural, man-made disasters and conflicts, the culture has endured in its diversity. And it's difficult to pinpoint some of the cultural aspects, the origin of them. And nevertheless, the fact that there's a lot of ownership, which is important. Now, culture creates the opportunity for communication, which is very important for diplomacy. And this is something that is relatively new, this term, soft diplomacy. It's communication, and I think that is now more and more common, especially within the EU. We've seen that. Although there is one aspect that hard diplomacy has made a return, soft diplomacy is still existing. It is interactive, and it influences others. It also is ironical that we are living in an age of exponential information, but then we are facing a lot of misinformation and disinformation in our region, in the world. And therefore, the only way to meet these challenges is dialogue. Dialogue, to talk with everybody. Now, culture brings out the significance of identity and values. And it is important to understand the other side, to empathize, to hear the mindset of how others act with each other. And therefore, I believe that we have a special role for the multilateral institutions that we will be discussing today. And these organizations do not have the role only to talk about politics, social issues, or economic matters. No, culture also plays a role within this region. It is unfortunate, definitely, that our region, the Black Sea region, has become a focus of unrest, to say the least. And of course, now we are under the pressure of trying to build up, again, trust in our region. Now, I'd like to also mention that BISEC has been existing for 30 years, and we are fortunate enough to have the Secretary General here with us tonight. And Ambassador Lazar Cominescu is the Secretary General of BISEC, and I'd like to start by asking him. First of all, BISEC is a unique organization. And while multilateral institutions are usually composed of like-minded countries, BISEC, to put it mildly, most of the countries are at odds with each other. Nevertheless, after 30 years, I think that BISEC has been able to prove that it has bridged many of the difficulties. And my question to you is that, how much did culture play a role in this? What are the challenges that you have faced? And do you think that using culture, you can build up this confidence, this mistrust that is existing now? And what is the future of the organization in this respect? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, dear Mr. Moderator and dear friend Ambassador Yanel. Let me start by fully saying that I fully subscribe to your remark that at this late hour, probably one of the best ways to capture the interest of the audience would be to be as brief as possible. And I will do my best to fulfill this obligation. But before that, however, let me also let you know that it is my first time when I participate in a meeting of this kind, and after having listened to yesterday's sessions and today's one, that made me being even happier for having been able to be here today, and looking how important it is for the organization which I have the honor to represent, to be and to develop as close cooperation as possible with organizations like the Council of Europe and especially the European Partial Agreement. And that being said, I am very much grateful to the organizers, and I'd also like to congratulate them for such an excellently organized conference. And also to congratulate and thank them for the topic, the generic topic, which has been chosen for this year, that one related to the safeguard of the European values, heritage and culture. And as you rightly pointed out, Ambassador, I think that having chosen such a topic, it is all the more very much welcome. As you said, unfortunately, we are now witnessing developments on our continent which we may have thought would never happen in the 21st century. I am referring, of course, to the war in Ukraine, but not only. But, you know, saying that I still, you know, I'm a born optimist. But I learned also to be as realistic as possible. But with that, I still hope that reason and wisdom will prevail so that the current developments would be dealt with so that we can come back to normalcy. And difficulties, the most difficult disputes, differences, the only best solution is dialogue and negotiations. And for that also, for that purpose, culture means a lot and has to be taken into account appropriately. And my last, but equally important reason for thanking the organizer for being here is exactly for having invited me to participate, and the fact that a special session was allocated, given to the Black Sea Economic Organization and its role in the cultural diplomacy. Well, one may ask how comes that an economic organization, as the title says, what does such an organization has to do with the culture? Well, the quick answer would reside in a statement which is widely shared, except for what nature has given us, everything is culture. Because it has to do with the human activity. And so economy is also part of the culture. And second, there is history, experience, so human experience, so it shows us there is a clear, mutually reinforcing relationship between economic development, cooperation, and culture. And so I think that there is no need for me to elaborate more on that, especially since my colleagues have prepared a kind of, let's say, of a PowerPoint where you may see what the organization is and what the organization, how it functions. Simply to say that starting from what the two basic lines which I've been highlighting, it's one basic reasons why our activity as an organization pays much attention to the cultural dimension of the activities they are in. Because irrespective of the situation in the region, and I have to remind that we are, as the Ambassador Yanello was referring to, usually a lot of organizations are grouping more or less like-minded countries. Here is not that much the case. I don't need to enter into details, but I would only say that probably there are no, or perhaps one or two exceptions where in terms of bilateral relations between the countries which are members of this organization, there are not some kind of, let's say, differences, disputes, and so on. And in spite of that, and here is one of the key elements, the cultural assets of this organization. In spite of that, and the 30 years which we celebrate, we would have celebrated much more if the current situation were not there, the 30 years of the organization. But so, in spite of the fact that there is this diversity, to be euphemistic in terms of membership, the fact that this organization succeeded to bring together at the same table the countries there with all this complexity in their relationship is by itself a bigger set, and I would even say an important cultural asset for this region, which we may, I dare say that this offers already a solid basis for, in spite of the current situation, to move ahead, because there are so many things where we can move forward and make progress. I would stop here, Ambassador, and perhaps later on, if questions may be raised, I would go on. Just one last remark, and just to show a little bit about the fact that we pay significant attention to culture in our organization, related, especially looking to that through the main objective of the organization, which is economic cooperation and development. We have 3 working groups. The basic activity in the basic places where the activity of the organization is carried out are the working groups. We have 3 working groups which are directly or exclusively, if I may say so, related to culture. It's a working group of culture, a working group on tourism, and working group on education, plus science and technology, innovation, and so on. And over the time, in these groups where the participants of the member states were there, has brought quite a number of significant initiatives, which I would dare say also enriched let's say showed the capability of this organization to be a contribution to the wider area in terms of culture and progress.
Thank you. Thank you. we will continue with the sister organization of BISEC, Mr. George Mitrakos, who is the Director General of the International Center for Black Sea Studies. And I'd like to ask Mr. Mitrakos his role, the ICBS's role in fostering cooperation in this context. Please, you have the floor, Mr. Mitrakos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador.
I will give my speech in Greek, so...
Let me thank in my turn the organizers for their hospitality and the excellent organization, as well as for the organization of this panel on the Black Sea region. As you quite rightly said, the wider area of the Black Sea is well known for the geopolitical tensions. This is a basic challenge that we are asked to take into account to mitigate the answer to the barbarous attitudes of nowadays is more civilization. The ICBSS, where I'm Director General, is the think tank of the Black Sea Studies. Since 1998, we aim at promoting cooperation between member countries and in enhancing the human resources and knowledge through a series of activities such as research projects and meetings. In this framework, the cultural identity is an incentive and one of our top priorities for the valorization of the cultural heritage. I would like to mention the Civilization Month that we will organize for the 6th consecutive year. This is organized from the 1st to the 30th of November. During this span of time, we inform on music, sculpture, monuments, gastronomy of the Black Sea. The objective of the Culture Month is to promote the culture of these countries and facilitate cooperations between the various bodies and attract tourism. The Black Sea region is the objective of sustainable development of these countries. Let me say that according to the data of the International Tourist Organization, before COVID, the OECD countries hosted 142 million tourists, 10% of the world population. So there is interest for the area. However, more support is needed for a sustainable growth in this area. Let me mention in this area the Culture for You projects for the support of youth entrepreneurship in the field of cultural tourism. This is materialized between ECBM, CPMR, and Bethlehem University. The various support policies of youth entrepreneurship are examined and actions are being proposed. The results of the study can be seen on our page on our site, but I would like to say, in order to facilitate the discussion, that 60% of those who are participating in the study say that there is interest in supporting entrepreneurship in the field of culture. 68% believes that the support of alternative types of tourism, such as cultural routes, should be a priority vis-à-vis sea, sand and sun.
Thank you, Director General, especially for your brevity. And as we now move to the representatives of cultural roots, I have to also confess, like Mr. Rossignol, that I didn't have much of an idea before, but I learned a lot today, and I think I'll learn even more when I hear the representatives. And I think we can now move to hear Ms. Emanuela Panche, who is the president of the ITER Vitesse route, and I think that has been certified in 2009, which is already more than 12 years, 13 years. So I'd like to ask some general questions about the added value of being part of this culture roots, and what do you recommend for the others, and what are the opportunities of this route? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and thank you very much for this invitation in the frame of this panel. During the last days, I've been asked, what are you doing in a panel about the wider Black Sea region? Because too often the winemaking, the wine heritage, and the wine, the viticulture are linked to the Mediterranean area. So, as you mentioned, Ambassador, as Itervitis, we have been certified in 2009, and we became a federation in 2015. Well, we have 25 country members, and 9 of them are from this region. And in other words, we can say that we cover the 80% of the region, because with 9 countries. And if you can put my presentation, okay. And among these countries, of course, we have an heterogeneity of size of the countries, different level of development of cultural tourism, and of course, as you mentioned before, different kind of issue related to conflicts or kind of political and ethnical issues. And then I think the fact to be part of a network can help some way in creating some deeper relation, and to help with using our cultural topics to help creating some bridges among countries. And I think that thanks to the network, we were able to go beyond the issues that I mentioned, and we had during the years some absolutely best practices that we can share with other cultural routes. I have to say that among our 9 countries in the area, of course, we have a big driver that is Azerbaijan since the beginning. Azerbaijan has been one of the first countries becoming member of Itervitis, and thanks to Azerbaijan, we were able to create a local Itervitis association, Itervitis Caucasus, including both the 3 countries, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia. Through Itervitis, we were able to reward the most ancient archaeological sites in the world related to wine producing, winemaking, that is Areni Cave in Armenia. Then you can see another picture. We had a conference in Georgia, linking Georgia with Israel, is a network of a university, and then so on. We work with Moldova, is another strong driver of our route in the area, and it was very fruitful also the period of pandemic for us, because we were able to build with the effort and commitment of Moldova a local network of wine route. And I think the fact to be part, you asked me which is the added value to be part of a cultural route. We are a network. We can help each other, and also in difficult periods, we can guarantee a good and huge showcase for our countries, and also a very important platform of exchange. And not only this, because during the years, you mentioned 13 years, we become a kind of family. It's not an empty word, it's the truth. During the last difficult political period in the area, our wineries in Moldova opened the door to refugees from Ukraine. So we were able to host tourists, we hosted refugees. And I think that all of this is possible only because of the strengthness of the program. The presentation is not moving forward. Sorry? Okay. Doesn't matter. So the other important thing, and I will close my intervention, is the fact that facing also some challenges in terms of sustainability and energetical problem, we can adapt our offer, and we can also change these issues in an opportunity, because we can offer some cross-border products, so we can let's say, provide an enlargement of the stay period, so responding to the criteria demanded by political policy of sustainability, and so we can offer 2-3 countries in the same areas working together as in a common touristic product, and of course we can offer them also the fact to learn from each other. And the ambassador before was talking about negotiation, and I think that the wine is a powerful tool of negotiation. Thank you.
No, I totally agree with you. I was just going to say the same thing, that wine is a good way to...
Συμφωνώ μαζί σας ότι το κρασί διευκολύνει το διάλογο. Πραγματικά με εξέπληξε το ότι η Τουρκία δεν συμμετέχει σε αυτή τη διαδρομή. Προσπαθούμε με τον Υπουργό Πολιτισμού να βρούμε έναν εταίρο στην Τουρκία, γιατί πραγματικά θα θέλαμε να προσθέσουμε τη χώρα σας στα μέλη μας. Σκεφτόμαστε
Turkey and Bulgaria, but Turkey we are already discussing with your Minister of Culture. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Georgia Antonopoulou. She is the head of the Cultural Heritage Department of the City of Athens, the European Cemeteries route, which has also been certified in 2010. So you have the floor, and could also explain us the meaning of this cultural route and what are the challenges that you are facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thanks to the organizing committee and also to the audience for their patience. I will deliver my speech in Greek.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The European route of the cemeteries has been certified by the Council of Europe in 2010. It is rather it is not a well-known route, and this is a right opportunity to become familiar with it. We aim at promoting the high historic or artistic value of the most important cemeteries in Europe as an important chapter of the European cultural heritage. Please allow me to add as a capital of the heritage of mankind, both tangible and intangible. In my opinion, cemeteries reflect the biggest truths and the anguish of the human nature. They have a strong religious character, and they reflect beyond that the philosophy, the mental outlook, the ideologies, our customs and our identity. In reality, though these are silent places, they are highly narrative places, and they're pinpointing them contributes to their visibility. This has been included in the Association of Cemeteries in Europe, a very active organization. Its headquarters are in Slovenia. 20 countries participate in this route, so we are talking on a multicultural and multi-religious capital. The city of Athens participates with the first cemetery of Athens, a cemetery mentioned as the biggest sculpture gallery of art. This activity allows various cooperations, and through this we show our common characteristics and our differences. It also often offers methodological communication tools. You can see this route on the internet, and I believe that the whole concept and the stereotypes concerning cemeteries changed. We are talking about cemetery tourism, something which is well developed in many countries in Europe. It is not developed at all in the Balkans. It, of course, within the framework allowed by each culture and mentality. It has contributed to the opening of the academics community, and I believe these are the main axes for today and for tomorrow. Getting back to the topic of this meeting, that is a Black Sea region, let me say that out of the 20 countries participating to the European Cemetery Route, 3 are members of the BSEC, Greece, Serbia and Romania. In Serbia, our annual meeting was organized and the topic was Cemeteries for All. The Black Sea was a crossroads, a big crossroads where various dynamics and routes have developed, spiritual, commercial, economic, maritime, cultural routes. Being driven by the Greek history in the wider area of the Balkans, and being an art historian, I see that many of these routes are depicted in the cemeteries of the countries around the Black Sea. Out of these similarities, I can mention the Bellu Cemetery in Romania, Sisli in Turkey, or Balukli, as well as the Orthodox Cemetery of Odessa. These countries do not belong in this itinerary, in this route. Hopefully, they will in the future. This data concern the various artistic similarities and the course followed by those that have worked in this field. It is, they also concern the personal and collective history of the Black Sea. I propose the promotion of research partnerships that will enable us to shed light in this field so that their histories will become our history. And this is the motto of the cultural route. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I became aware of this, the importance of the European Cemeteries route myself after trying to find out what it actually meant. And yesterday I visited the German cemetery here, which actually is something that is very, very historical. And of course, history is lying there. Now I'd like to turn to Ms. Maria Tatagia, General Director of the Municipality of Thessaloniki, Cyril and Methodius route. I'd like to ask you also the same question. Could you explain us your route and what it means? Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ τους διοργανωτές για την ευκαιρία που μου έδωσαν να βρίσκομαι σε αυτό το πάνελ και να συμμετέχω
Could you bring your microphone a little bit closer?
συζήτηση για τις πολιτιστικές διαδρομές. Οι αρμοδιότητες των Δήμων έχουν τοπικό χαρακτήρα.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in your meeting. We have the possibility to create cultural diplomacy. Of course, not at the level the ministry can do so, because we lack the resources and the tools. We do have, of course, the networks and the cultural route. We have the friendship pacts, agreements, and we have
χωρών της Μαύρης Θάλασσας, όπως τη Φιλιππούπολη, Κωνσταντ.
And we have the collaborations with many different cities, twinings with many different cities.
Του δρόμου Κυρίλου και Μεθοδίου.
In every country of the Black Sea, the legacy of Cyril and Methodius is alive. The municipality of Thessaloniki can support the network overall and the actions of all the countries participating in the cultural route. Then at the second level, we could cooperate with our partners and with other institutions from many different countries where this tradition is known, and we can cooperate with all of them. So we can disseminate knowledge and we can increase the interest for these two saints originating from Thessaloniki. So we can disseminate knowledge, and Thessaloniki is a point of reference for two main reasons. The two saints were born in Thessaloniki, and here we see pictures of Thessaloniki in the 9th century. They grew up in Thessaloniki with the Byzantine culture, and they preached in Europe with a Byzantine prestige. This culture has been the basis on which they then created their own culture, and they were integrated into the major European society. And the countries of the Black Sea identified themselves with this culture, and this is why we talk about a common culture. The cultural root sees the participation of, participate in activities, in international scientific activities. There is a lot of academic research conducted by the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki about the two saints. And there are many other ways we choose to disseminate information and knowledge, such as digital projects, the construction of chapels, seminars, webinars, and many other activities promoting the knowledge about the two saints. What Thessaloniki now has is the cultural root of the two saints, creating a channel of communication that can reach the countries of the Black Sea, that can disseminate the knowledge that we have and get to know from them and learn from them, and thus promote cooperation at many other different levels.
The key word was communication, and I think that now we have Mr. George Loverdos, who was the manager of the Historic Cafés Route, another way of actually fostering dialogue, communication, cafes. And I think that yesterday you also were certified, which is an important development. So
yes.
Please, you have the floor to explain your route in a little bit more detail.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. First of all, I would prefer to speak in Greek, so it's a rare time for us to have translation and interpretation.
As you all know, the Historic Café route is a new certified route of the Council of Europe. We are quite experienced, but we still have a lot to learn. There is no doubt that the institutions can support through their cooperation the cultural roots. In any case, our route includes 15 countries, more than 80 cafes. Of course, we are talking about historic cafes, something very specific. Let me underline how we can open these routes, make them more well known. Let me talk about cooperation or partnerships with various bodies. I would like to mention countries such as France or Spain, which wholeheartedly support the cultural roots. Of course, they are not the only countries in Europe. France has a training academy. This is a meeting place for the cultural roots, and various practices and policies are being discussed there. In 22, France created established the training academy, while they asked to host the academy for 23. Again, of course, there is an added value since the various areas are promoted. Let me add one or two words on the relation with local and national institutions. When the local institutions actively support and promote the cultural roots, they promote the cultural the entrepreneurship of the country. This is more than clear. Of course, it is not only entrepreneurship that helps economy. It is very difficult to convince people to understand how to live on the basis of a value of friendship and peace. These roots should be supported by various bodies, local, national, and European. There are cases in which we had to inform ourselves on the regions and the municipalities on the cultural roots. The various bodies manifested a great interest. Of course, this is a problem, not a problem concerning only the cultural roots. Europe, its institutions are not always well known to all the countries, independently on whether they claim to be Europe supporters. Let's limit ourselves to the cultural roots. This is something which concerns the ministries of culture of each country. We are not naive to believe that we will all move at the same speed, but I believe that centrally these roots should be more supported centrally. It is our job to promote the cultural roots as a whole. I would suggest often frequent contacts between those responsible. I would suggest the idea of organizing common activities and asking for sponsors. All this is necessary for the development of tourism, which will not limit itself to sea, sand, and sun. Thank you very much.
Λοιπόν, περνάμε τώρα στο δεύτερο γύρο.
I will ask our speakers to be as brief as possible, and I will start in the reverse order, again with Mr. Noverdos. And I'd like to ask you, you mentioned about how it should be promoted and how the public sector can actually help you, because I know that you are facing a number of challenges. And also to promote this route, how much use of social media are you using? I mean, how much is the social media helping you? If you can answer those questions as briefly as possible, please.
You mean only about the social media, or generally speaking?
For the cultural roots, I mean.
For the cultural roots. Όπως είπα και πριν, ούτως ή άλλως...
Like I have already said, we have to strengthen information. What are the cultural roots? Why are they important? How do they manage to promote the identity and the particularities of every area? We need synergies. We need the local authorities to provide incentives to cultural roots. There are programs for the youth, for the elderly people, programs that bring together many different cities and many different countries. The countries of the Black Sea, of the whole basin of the Black Sea, face even more particularities, especially in the current period, and cultural roots can comprise the whole world, and they can create many different points to promote peace and democracy. This is what we're trying to do in the cultural roots and through the historic cafes route. The Black Sea has a lot of particularities, but they can become a best practice, thus responding to challenges. The more synergies developed in the the more the synergies, the better the results. There are, Greece wishes to open up and approach Turkey for the historic cafes route. We tried to trace someone and have a contact, but it didn't work. And we will meet a representative from Turkey tomorrow, as well as representatives from other countries of the area, for us to be able to penetrate these countries, because, like I have said, it is difficult at times. Cultural roots are a cultural product of European unification, but they are not known as such, like you said earlier. When people get to know about them, they embrace them, but they do not know about them. That's the problem. And the Black Sea countries, they have lots of common characteristics with Greece, but also with the culture of historic cafes. And I'm talking about the countries of the Black Sea region. So the historic cafes route can promote such common characteristics. They can foster cooperation, and they can have an integrated approach to cultural promotion. Our interdisciplinary team wishes to promote a better cooperation between historic cafes in the area and the authority and the values of the Council of Europe: democracy, human rights, equality, and respect for diversity. Well, these values could be the answer to all the conflicts, and they could constitute the basis for our next steps. Cultural roots need to become known. People have to know about them, and the institutions of these countries need to know about them. Cultural roots, different cultural roots, need to get to know more about other cultural roots. We need to be able to inform all bodies constantly. Thank you very much.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think the problem is that there's a lack of sufficient knowledge of all these roots, and I think this session is actually helping us to actually strengthen this knowledge. So thank you for your...
Thank you very much. Even if I want something to add, if it's possible.
Go ahead, I mean, we still have...
Thank you. Απλώς πολλές φορές σε πρόσφατα ταξίδια...
Well, I just need to add that we traveled recently, and we were faced with the situation where we had to explain to our own members what cultural roots are, because the respective governments hadn't spoken about the cultural roots sufficiently. And we were welcomed, of course.
Mr. Tajia, I'd like to ask you how your municipality is promoting cultural diplomacy in the Black Sea region, and have you any difficulties in reaching out to the other communities in this region?
Μίλησε προηγουμένως για το συμμετοχή του Δήμου.
I spoke earlier about the participation of Thessaloniki in the network of Cyril and Methodius, and I used the future tense. It's not that Thessaloniki hasn't really developed this network effectively enough, because all such things presuppose human resources, and human resources with specific skills, people who are able to deal with certain things and to do specific tasks. A municipality like the one of Thessaloniki doesn't really have the funds or the human resources to fully utilize this network and the possibilities of this network. So we need many more synergies with the private sector, with the university, with the various institutes who have knowledge about the two saints. So it's not enough for the mayor to want it or for certain academics to want to promote this network. Many other sectors and bodies need to be involved. So, I mean, the power of Thessaloniki is limited in the strategic plan of the network. Until 2030, Thessaloniki is absent. And the site of the route, I mean, you don't find Thessaloniki in the site of the route. You only see it on the map of this route. You see it somewhere on the map. You see a trace of Thessaloniki. This is why I underlined earlier that Thessaloniki is a point of reference. It is the hometown of the two saints, and this is decisive because it defined all the steps of the two saints, and we need to do certain things, to change certain things, to render, to make Thessaloniki more visible throughout this cultural route. And with reference to the communities of the Black Sea region in Thessaloniki, well, we constantly cooperate with them through their consulates. There are many activities, exhibitions, literature evenings, poetry evenings, and let me also inform you that here again we need resources, and we lack the resources necessary for us to be able to promote and achieve even better results. Thank you very much.
Ms. Antonopoulou, may I ask you, are you facing the same problems with regard to, explaining your route? Is there, a lack of knowledge of the route? How much is known in the wider region?
Νομίζω ότι έχει γίνει μια καλή.
I believe that at least in Athens, this route is quite well known. Athens is the city I know. I believe there is mobilization in other cities as well. There is no doubt that it is not very something known in other cities. The problems we face are the same. Why? There is all the goodwill for the promotion of partnerships. They should be closer and include both the public and the private sector, the local society, but also the civil society. I believe the civil society is a stakeholder of our roots and should be supported.
Especially for your brevity. Ms. Panke, wine is important in all countries, but you have faced, the wine producers have faced important crisis with the pandemic and the environment. How much has it affected the route itself these past 2 or 3 years?
But I have to say that despite the worldwide tragedy related to the pandemic, during the pandemic we received our network has a very huge upgrade. So we receive a lot of requests of membership. The kind of tourism completely changed because people are really demanding this kind of rural tourism, and also the stay from a short break, a weekend. We became we start selling the long stay, 7-8 days, and I think that it's crucial to say that in this change of attitude from the customer, it's good that we are a network among a big network, because George was talking about common activities and cooperation. Once the public is asking us longer stay, so the wine is not enough, and it's good that we can match in the same areas different kind of cultural route, different topics, so we can be multi-thematics and more attractive for the tourists. So I have to say, yes, it has been a very tough period, but the kind of reaction and the kind of follow-up has been very positive. Also, if we are talking in terms of wine consumption, I think that people maybe move from consuming international wines to consuming local wines. So it's just a matter of a change of habits, not really a big crisis for what it concerns our kind of tourism.
Thank you. Mr. Mitrakos, you mentioned that, well, we all know that ICBSS is the think tank of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. And therefore, what do you see as the challenges in promoting the cultural diplomacy, especially when you see the composition of the member states? So how do you think that we can overcome these challenges as you will be thinking about it?
Όπως προανέφερα,
As I said before, the answer to the atrocities is more civilization, more culture, and this is why ICBS is a major priority. What I would like to underline is that culture is a lever of growth for the Black Sea countries. We have seen how well adaptive the cultural field has been to digitalization, and this is very promising. We aim at maintaining the existing networks of cooperation between the various bodies. ICBSS, through the studies and the actions, aims at establishing partnership between policy, research and entrepreneurship, a bottom-up approach which offers a more targeted approach as to decision-making.
Mr. Secretary General, Ambassador Comenescu, you are the last speaker, and you've heard everybody. So can you explain to us what would be the added value of partnering with BISEC and how that can help with regard to the cultural roots?
Well, try to be brief, but before trying to answer to your question, Ambassador, allow me mentioning also two other examples or aspects which may be of relevance for what this organization has been doing, is intended to do. And I draw upon your reference to the need of knowledge. And and this is what partially also I think would be an answer to your question. One of the activities which we have been developing, now we are I think we'll enter the 6th year, we launched a program dedicated to young diplomats in the member states. And exactly related to the topic of our conference of this day, the edition of this year was dedicated exactly to cultural diplomacy in the member states of the organization. And thereupon, the young diplomats from the foreign ministries of these countries have been learning, and according to our evaluation post the program, it's been really something which was useful for them, because they learned a lot about, for example, the cultural roots as instruments of helping getting people closer together and understanding each other much better than so this is something which I wanted to mention. Second, there was mention here about the role of wine, a kind of an instrument of helping negotiations. I would associate it also with the gastronomy. I think they both go hand in hand, and this is why, for example, we in the BISEC have been promoting the idea of programs and even cultural roots in the BISEC dedicated to the cuisine in the region. And by the way, yesterday I was discussing, when I had the pleasure and honor to meet with Madame Lina Medoni, the Minister of Culture. We discussed, and I think I'm thankful to her for embracing this idea of perhaps why not thinking about kind of say festivals of cuisine and gastronomy in the BISEC region. And by the way, I learned that Thessaloniki was designated as a city of gastronomy, old city of gastronomy by UNESCO last year. And we agreed upon that we may explore the possibility to involve the cities like Thessaloniki and perhaps others with some experience, for example, including Sibiu from my country, which was the European culture of gastronomy 1 or 2 years ago. These are things that bring people together and contribute, Ambassador, I think, to let's say, to highlighting what's the value added or the asset which the BISEC is bringing to get people together.
Thank you. I'd like to end our session on a note that's saying that culture, wide and large, is crucial for diplomacy. It's important for dialogue. It's important that people talk to each other. And it's important that we have artists, intellectuals, experts, and you in the audience to help us actually get these cultural roots known better. So I'd like to say that not enough information is passed on. So it's all of us, we have a duty to pass on this information about the cultural roots. And therefore I'd like to thank the participants. Let's give a grand applause for all the participants that have been here today to help us understand these cultural roots. Thank you. I suppose we go to dinner now. Thank you.
Participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your participation in what we hope was an interesting and fruitful day of discussions and exchange of best practices. After a busy day, I'm pleased to announce that in just 15 minutes, in 7:30, we will be taking a bus to Sapel, where we will enjoy a traditional Cretan dinner. Please note that transportation back to Minoan Palace will depart at 11. The forum will continue tomorrow for its last day at 9 a.m. here on this conference room in Minoan Palace. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you all. Thank you to all the speakers for a wonderfully interesting and inspiring first day. I am Elia Koumi, the director of the Museum of Typography by Yannis and Leni Garedakis here in Chania, member of the European Route of Industrial Heritage by the Council of Europe, and I hope to have the opportunity to see all of you again on Saturday at the excursion that is organized by the Forum. So enjoy a wonderful evening. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.